Morning, guys. Yeah, see what I mean by that gap fill off the loss of like a value low or our 30-second opening range low. How that's just like one of your better trades of the day, structurally. Like you can just be done with the day off of that. That's the point, is finding setups like that that are very mechanical, that you can approach from the open, have a plan, get it done, and then leave for the rest of the day. That is your goal. This is one of those kind of setups. So your gap fill's done on RTY and NQ leading down. We need to get over 50.99, so 5100 basically on ES. That's yesterday's POC, and make it supportive, or we have potentially one more leg down. As long as NQ and RTY are both willing to push up, though, it probably won't happen immediately, right? NQ leading this move down, by far the most aggressive to the downside move. But just understand that what we just did, same thing with the Russell, right? We are now back in yesterday's value. So we know that yesterday's value high was at this 87.3 on RTY. We're at our POC, right? And our value low is down here at 73.4. So if we fail to get back over this value high and we push below this POC, we're headed to value low, right? We're inside yesterday's balance.
The fear and greed index, 40 out of 100 indicating fear, and the crypto fear and greed index is at 67 out of 100 indicating greed. Let's keep an eye on the VIX as well. It's currently trading around 17.92. It's down 2.5%.
So when you look at ES in the same instance, do you see how we bounced, rejected off of our 30-second opening range low, pushed below yesterday's value high, offered it, came down to our POC, offered it again, right? Still resistance. We're now pushing below our POC and are now attempting to hold here. So this is where settlers are now located. Do you see how we've moved the offer down 3 times? So if the offer holds POC, where are we headed? Well, probably yesterday's value low, right? For the full range rotation. Just like on RTY. So you have one more lower target, and we know that the day is going to be ultimately pretty bearish if we start to show acceptance below yesterday's value. Because if they're no longer interested in this low, right, where our gap fill is on ES, and they show acceptance below yesterday's value, they have no interest in yesterday's range, then we will look for more downside. A good, like, starter of a trend, kind of like, oh, okay, well, if yesterday's value has no importance, no significance, then we should consider that they went lower, right? Like the value shift.
In 10 minutes time now, at the bottom of the hour, see the release of the weekly EIA inventories numbers. Crude oil inventories forecast as a build of 1.64 million on the prior build of 5.841 million. Range sees a build of 3.264 million to a draw of 1 million expected. Gasoline inventories forecast as a draw of 1 million on the prior build of 0.715 million. Distillate inventories forecast is a draw of 0.9 million on the prior build of 1.659 million. Inventories of crude in Cushing, the prior was a draw of 0.17 million. So just note as well, following the bell yesterday, we had the API crude oil stock change. This did come into the build of 4.09 million.
Indicator. I've marked these myself, but we will have an indicator update soon on the levels indicator that will mark our previous day's value areas for you. Right now, you have the levels indicator, and it marks the last 4 days areas of value. I label them for you guys personally, though. You just look at yesterday's.
GFZ reporting as a 6.2 magnitude earthquake in Shikoku, Japan.
You just look at yesterday's value. So this is yesterday's range. And at the end of the day, just mark where we closed. Mark value low, POC, and value high as soon as the day ends. If it's 4 o'clock, just mark them. You'll thank yourself the next day. It is a simple thing, but it is incredibly helpful. Understanding where we traded previously is big. So there's your ES gap fill. Should be able to decide direction here now. We're watching RTY. Let us know if we're going to have more downside weakness. It is at our yesterday POC and our gap fill. Technically, it could have one more leg down if it wants it. We want to see supportive bid here,
6% down,
and then a pushback to value high.
Down 1.5% as well.
Or again, just overall weakness will drive the market. So just watching these gap fills. Watching Russell, NQ into 42s, Friday value low. Above that, 60.75, yesterday's value low. ES into our 100 again, right? That 99.25 is POC. So you are within yesterday's range. This is your first target off the gap fill. You want to see POC become supportive. Bid over these sellers that are here. Make this buy side value. Push up to 105. Yeah, so the next update for levels, it's going to have the ADR boxes from Patty instead of just the singular lines. And it is going to have, instead of the last 4 days value levels, it's just going to have yesterday's value labeled as, you know, yesterday value low, POC value, just what I've written on the chart. So it's a bit more useful for intraday as well, and not just higher time frame stuff. Give you a bit more information. So that those that are using Patty specifically just for that stuff, still can turn that off, have the levels indicator on, and then be able to run PVZ stacked. So you still can just run the 3 without having to pay for a higher tier of trading view. That is in the works. No, it is not. We are already limit testing what trading view with every single one of ours. There's a reason why they're all separate, is because there's a X amount of times that indicators can load before they give you an error. And there are only so many calls that we can, security calls we can give to look up information for the indicators. And we're using all of them in all of our indicators. The max. As well as the amount of boxes we can draw, lines we can draw on chart for each indicator.
One minute remaining. I'll lead with the EIA crude oil inventories.
If I could combine them, I would. Pretty much a coin flip here if POC holds. Looking for bids to step in and for this 99 to be protected on ES, where sellers were, and we want to see
10
buyers
seconds.
now, right? We have news coming out in 10 seconds. We're looking for Friday to be able to hold 42s. We're looking for RTY to be able to hold this 82.3. And we're looking for ES to hold this 99. If they fail, we
Build
look for the offer
2.735
and
million.
then the
Build
continuation back down to the lows.
2.735 million. That's higher than the expected build of 1.75 million. Gasoline inventories, a draw of 1.154 million. Draw of 1.154 million.
Flex.
Lower than the expected draw of 1 million. Distillate inventories, a draw of 2.76 million. Draw 2.76 million. Lower than expected draw 0.9 million. Inventories of crude and Cushing near flat at a build of 0.033 million. It's just a build of 0.033 million. Noting some strength in WTI crude here.
I think we did make a hindsight indicator as a joke. Like perfect signals, I think is what it's called. It basically takes previous information and just calls them exact top and bottom.
From the Department of Energy, U.S. Strategic Petroleum
No, of
Reserve
course
is up
not. It was
0.648 million barrels.
is to make fun of other people
364.884 million barrels.
who have repainting indicators, which is like 90% of them. But it makes for really good YouTube shorts for advertisements. Is why they do it. Yep, and Twitter posts for engagement.
So we have posted out the weekly EIA inventories report on the feed for anyone interested.
I'm not calling out any services specifically here. Should be pretty obvious though. Yeah, still a coin flip here, guys, if we're gonna get that last leg. Not too sure. I would say that ES looks like it could potentially have strength, but you've got the Russell showing weakness again under yesterday's POC at 82.3, so I'm not like super high confident here. I think it'll depend if NQ can hold this 40. And we can get that. We get NQ holding this 42 Friday value low. I think that there's still potential for the flag for the push back up to yesterday value high. If that fails at 42s with the Russell weakness, then I don't see it happening. This doesn't make sense. Not until we see strength at these levels. We need NQ and RTY to both show a bottom, or we'll have a steeper pullback.
So US crude futures hold steady following the EIA data, larger than expected inventory build. Bundesbank's Nagel, ECB's Nagel, says price pressure in the Eurozone could continue for some time.
Yeah, definitely. We want to recover yesterday's value, sure. It's just not ready for either direction until we see what RTY and NQ want to do at these pivots that we're currently trading at, right? Which is the only reason I said what I said. It's like, it's just not ready. We don't have direction confirmation. Yeah, I think that's good, Chrome. That goes with Avery's count, right?
ECB's Nagel
Yeah,
says
I think his count's good.
not completely clear if inflation rate will reach 2% target next year and stay at this level.
We should know where we're headed at 85s.
ECB's Nagel adds the likelihood of a June cut has increased.
85, break of 85, just like yesterday, should bring us down to this 72, 75 area. That's your next like big pivot. And then we can test our overnight low and our 72. Right now, it's just
ECB's
trading
Nagel
within this
says oil
range.
price and wage developments are among risks.
Overall, though, if we go to our higher time frame, right, we're still just trapped within this range that I've got drawn out. We're at our 94, 96, 7. We've got the 85 at the low of the range, so same as yesterday. We're looking for buy side to be present, this 85 to 80. If they're not present here and we see acceptance, we look for that push down to 72, and then our 60. Just like yesterday, though, we expect the market to be range bound, just like I talked about, right?
US
Nothing has
Trade
changed.
Representative Tai says I expect
We
to
need-
conclude the review of the Section 301 China tariffs very soon. So this is in reference to the China tariffs on aluminium and steel imports.
We will know when the market's ready to go, when we get action that looks like this. We want to see acceptance over 15s, right? A build here, the ability to then hold 25s. As soon as we're able to hold 25s, we can look for 50. There's nothing here. But as long as this is remaining within this balance, right? Like we have pretty clearly defined levels, which is just this range here. Our weekly POC above us is at 104. That level hasn't changed. You know, so. So because we saw a failure at NQ42s, right? You got your move down up. Yes. Why I said specifically watching that. Same with our Russell. These things are showing weakness and we have a pivot to play around, then we know if this move's going to have validation or not. But back down to the bottom of our range here on a yes at our gap fill. Just need to see how we react here again into yesterday's value low. Failure to hold yesterday's value low, we make this offer, we get that next leg down.
ECB's Nagel says I expect slight growth in German economy in 2024. I haven't played that game. Mario convinced me to buy it, and we played for like 3 days, and then I never saw anyone else. Imagine not pinging me. Hello? Yeah, it's exactly that. It requires you to have a squad, or it's kind of boring and repetitive. I mean, we did it from the start. You're a bit late to the fight.
breath. I was there for the 70-hour queues, brother. Why have you added? Not sure.
US Trade Representative Tai says the US has to take decisive action against China's state support for electric vehicles and solar products.
Here, try adding me. I'm not logged into Steam right now. Let's see if that code works. Accept you after hours. What other news do we have for today? The Beige Book. Bunch of Bank of England crap. but I don't know if it works like that. You have to put it into the Steam friends list on the side, the Steam friend code. I'm assuming you're on Steam, maybe you're not. Okay. You know, if you were on like PS5 or something. So we're still just watching this 42 and NQ and this 84, 82 area on RTY. We can build above, right? Then we can look for upside. If we fail to hold these levels on rebids, then we will continue to just be trading in this range. Watching ES here into our value low and yesterday's POC at this 99. And our 84.10 on RTY. Yeah, there you go. Nice.
In 10 minutes time now at the top of the hour, expecting comments from ECB's DeCos.
I feel like if you zoom out a bit on NQ, the only two levels that really have significance here at these lows are our 860, right, and our 880. What do we want to see? Well, we want to see us come back into this and then show this as a supportive bid. If we do that, we then trade through the range again. Friday POC, yesterday's value low. 860, 880. Right? You actually wanted to simplify things. As long as we're holding those, not great. Get off of a 15-second chart, so. You see if we fail here at the 60, that we're showing a shift in our balance here.
According to a senior administration official, Biden's proposed higher tariffs would apply to more than $1 billion on steel and aluminum products from China.
Going for our overnight low now on an NQ. And into our first target here on ES. Same as yesterday. Same, literally the same thing. This 80.75, 85. This becomes our offer, then we'll look for that 72.75. As long as this is holding, we know that buyers have been willing here. So if we no longer see buyers willing to defend this low, right? Then we will look for that 75.72. Here's your overnight low on NQ. Just tagged now. Morning, Nick. I don't do fundamentals, but I think the general consensus is what the market was expecting and pricing in was not what the Fed has been speaking of last week and a half. Expectations were for cuts, and cuts do not seem likely from
5
everything
minutes
that they've
away
been
now
saying.
from the top of the hour, where we expect comments from ECB's DeCoste.
But I do not trade like that. So far, holding our zone of interest. Need to see acceptance back over 85s for a push back up to 89.75. If this offer holds here, this 85 to 80, right, then we look more downside. Again, this has been our decision point, been our low. Look at our higher time frame again. It is a really big area here. This is the bottom of our range. Looking for acceptance in this lower quadrant, right? If we do, then we look for more downside. If we're holding, then we look for a pushback up to 94s on a hold of 85s. It's really that simple.
As a note in the S&P 500 now down 0.2%, Nasdaq down 0.4%.
Will markets always follow price action? What do you mean? I mean, I guess it really depends on like your time frame. Do I think markets follow price action always on a 1 second chart, a 15-second chart, a 1 minute chart? No. News steps in and value shifts. What was being seen as value, 30 minutes ago might not be the same an hour from now if news breaks out. But on the higher time frame, it can be respected quite a bit more. There's a lot more information in those candles. But like price action is just historical value. Just like how the market was moving at that time. But you can find some patterns in the random walk of the auction. But yeah, no. Price action is like a secondary signal, if anything. I still think order flow is king. Did you make money with just price action? Yeah, definitely. But like volume will always be king.
Shortly expecting comments from ECB's DeCos.
Yeah, so like fixed ranges are really good for understanding where previous value was found. But again, like the importance of older structure, it's good to have an understanding of like where value was found, but like fundamental things will change to shift the perception of value, right? So like what people were willing to pay for something previously might not hold up in today's circumstances, just like with any other auction, with any other product, right? Like people used to be willing to pay a lot of money for, I don't know, think about like what a TV 15 years ago for like a 20-inch, it's like $5,000. Now it's like $100, right? Like things shift. Understanding those value shifts is super important. It's on like a fundamental basis, like what has changed. But like where people were participating before can be incredibly important to find areas of like for higher risk to reward trades. But like having an understanding of like what is driving the market up is always going to be like king. And we know that semis are, I would say, like 70% responsible for this last like hurrah in the market. So like if Nvidia retraces its ER move, right, like then what's keeping the market up, right? If semis start falling, if these AI names start falling, if the AI fever kind of dies down, and all of that money that came into the market, right, like there's a shift. If all of those individual stocks are pushing down and are no longer getting that same sort of inflow, then why do we expect the market to keep going up unless there's a new rotation? So there has to be a new set of stocks, a new sector that is hot to keep the market up while those fall. And if we don't see that, then we expect the market to go down because there's been a shift. So our bottom pivot's still holding 80.85. No change. 94 is your first risk off. 94.96, like we were just talking about. Still willing to hold this range. This is our first primary pivot here into 94.96. Off of the hold of 80.75.85.
Bank of Korea's Ri says in the last few weeks, the Japanese yen and Chinese yuan have been very much under pressure. South Korea's won was used as hedging instruments for these currencies.
But I think like taking the last 6 months of price, usually we don't see like a shift in perception. I think like the last 6 months is probably pretty useful. I think probably the last year is pretty useful, right? Like there are larger rotations, like larger regimes that are in the market, and you can play off of those, right? But like when you're looking at, it just depends like what you mean by historical value. Like a lot has changed in the last 10 years. But I think the people 10 years ago value the same things? Probably not. But how have been people, how has positioning been taking place in the last, 2 quarters, 3 quarters? Are there areas of untested liquidity where it might be perceived as like incredibly high value? Yeah, definitely. That's usually the structure we play off, especially because we're day traders, right? We're not swing traders. So most of my job for over the weekend is just finding where our previous like weekly and monthly balances occurred, where price was able to like stabilize, find a range to play off of, like off your monthly POC, value low, value high, understanding like where we've had multi-week balances and trading around those areas, which is how we came up with this 15 to 80 area. This is just a previous area of balance from a multiple week period where we balanced in the market before we got a lift. So we're trading through that balance right now. So understanding that it gives us a roadmap for how price should react within this range, if this value is still being respected. That's about as far as I go with like higher time frame stuff. I think if you like have any like higher time frame forward looking bias than that, you're probably doing too much. You're putting like a lot of assumptions in the water instead of just like playing off of current participants. The next trade, if we aren't in anything, would be seeing rejecting off this range and trade back down. Yeah. Well, we recovered yesterday value low, so we're probably headed to yesterday's POC here. We need to see NQ find value over 60s, or this will just be a retrace back to our last seller. Same thing with RTY. So all we're looking for here is, again, 94, 96 is your forward. This is our first area where if you're not, this is your long risk off, and now we're looking for price to basically be able to build here on the recovery of yesterday's value, and then push, build, push. If this fails, then we just trade this as our range again. $94, 96. Over 96.75, right? We can look back up to our weekly POC up at 104. The most important thing here is for ES to be able to hold 89.75. This is our test to see if we can get back into yesterday's value. If that doesn't work, then there's nothing has changed between these two areas. Right, like this is our current range. So we need a break of the structure, or we will continue to stay range bound between these two pivots until one of these sides breaks, either a bit above or an offer below. See what I mean? So like it might just range here. You need to see a shift above one of these pivots. Yeah, I think fixed ranges are like one of your best tools for both like swing trading and for day trading. I mean, it just makes sense because again, like volume is king. So understanding like where positioning is on the higher and shorter time frames, at least for like our current rotation, is going to give you your best areas to put risk on. Just makes sense. These levels are the same from yesterday. So if you have my chart open, nothing has shifted. 85, 87, right? 96, 103. Why do we care so much about this 96.75? Well, other than it being our pivot from yesterday, it's today's value low, right? So if we fail to get back into value, then we have sell side still willing to defend this. Then there's been no shift. We're still just in the downtrend. And sellers are now fully in control, now holding our value low, where buy side used to be participating. It is now being considered as resistance. So reclaiming this, making it supportive, allows us to come back through the range. Failure right here until we see that rebid above. We expect an offer into this level. Shorting crypto is scary, man. And it's probably safe until the halving, but it's coming up, and then price should rebound pretty significantly. You're definitely getting pullbacks right now, but that's to be expected. I don't know how much more time is left on the short trade. In New York, yeah, I don't know. You can do what half the population does and use VPN, but that is definitely not advice. Yeah, I mean, if you're trying to use like the thing is, the problem, right, is that you're trying to use like exchanges, like a traditional exchange. You don't need to use those spaces in crypto. Like there are plenty of ways to use off exchange pools of liquidity to still trade crypto just fine. But if you're using something like Coinbase or Binance, you're going to have troubles because they are large corporations and are regulated quite a bit more. But there's tons of spaces that allow you to still trade with just your wallet. Bottom of our range here on ES. Again, just this 85 to 80.75 to 94, 96.75. That is your current range that we are trading in. Yeah, I mean, unless you're like planning on just like throwing in some lottos, either you're like full-time trading crypto or you're full-time trying to do like futures and get that down. Trying to do both is a recipe for disaster. Not being able to manage your positions on both, right? Splitting your time is never recommended doing too much when you're playing with your money like that. Fudging NQ back into this low. It's our overnight low on both RTY and NQ, as well as our value lows, as ES comes into this edge. So again, this area is just a decision point. Do we break below value and hold, or does this remain our bottom? We have targets for the Russell and for NQ and ES. If we do break below and then offer, so then, right, we just watch to see if this is an inflection point still, and if buy side is willing to defend these pivots across the board. Test all three of them at the same time. Yeah, I mean, most likely. Either things have stayed the same, or this last lower high be the driving force for us to make a new low and then hold that to see how NQ and RTY react here. We want our overnight lows to become resistance. Until then, they're still kind of being seen as buy side. So like if you're willing to play this low edge, right? They're in 80s, 85. This is 4 points here on the line with RTY and you into our lows. But if you're waiting for the breakdown, then you need to see a push below this, and then where we're bidding right now needs to be where sell side is willing to defend on from a look below into that level. This is just the bottom of our current range. Doesn't mean we need to bounce here, but we should find some sort of liquidity, which is what we're doing right now. Do sellers continue to make these lower highs and keep us in this selling channel? Does zero continue to reject? Do we fail to bid over 85s and hold? Right, like that's now the questions you need to ask yourself. has the market shifted value, or is value still staying the same? Are buyers still present here? Are sellers willing to defend what was supportive as resistance now? As of right now, like, things look pretty much the same. Russell's a bit weaker though. And if the Russell pushes below our ETH low, our value low, right at the 74.80, then there's probably going to be more downside. It's just, it is what it is. But like, if NQ is willing to hold our overnight low, our value low, if RTY is willing to hold our overnight low, our value low, as ES is into our pivot, there isn't enough selling pressure to move us outside of our current value. It doesn't mean the move won't happen. It just doesn't seem to likely happen now without those pressures. That's why you just want to keep an eye on these pivots. Like, look at our reaction the last time we were here. It's a very different reaction this time. Just less buying pressure, right? Well, our seller is attempting to sit at 83s. So if we push over 83s and make it supportive, this 83.85, if it goes bid and then we see a buyer defend, then we probably head back up. If that seller is willing to absorb here, this 83.85, then we'll probably go down for that 72. The hardest part about anything, just willingness to put risk on at our edges. People want to play the higher low, right? They want to be playing the breakout. They don't want to just be willing to take the points where points are being offered. And it's a hard skill to learn. Like, willingness to put on risk at 80s, understanding that you can take off into 85 gives you 5 free points. But if you're buying at 85s, you're now buying where others are exiting. We need to see the look above 85s in the bid, right? Then that gives you your ability to then look for higher. The higher low doesn't mean playing at resistance. It means playing on the acceptance above resistance, and then the ability to see buyers step in to show interest where sellers were. I think like that's like the biggest misconception. Is like, this is clearly sell side here, right? we need to see a lift, and then the interest at what was our resistance point above. But if you're buying at 85 and you're selling at 80, you're now like on the wrong side of this trade on both sides of the range. The willingness to like put risk on at these levels and understand like where participants are is incredibly important, or you're just going to be on the wrong side in both directions, and then you're going to feel like crap. Like if we know a seller is sitting there at 83, 85, then we know where price needs to show a supportive bid above, right? If we trade into it, but it sticks offer, then like you now have your trade. And there it is, 83, 85, and 72. With our Russell, we So now we look for our overnight lows to hold as resistance on a retest. If 72s hold and we don't see a bid willing to step in and defend this area, what do we look for? Well, we're looking for 63s. As long as 72s are still finding this liquidity here, then we want to watch just our overnight low above as our resistance point, and then 80, 75 above that. So our overnight low is at 75s. Our current target right now, right, this pivot is at 72. So this now becomes where you're looking for your offer to stick on the pierce below. I mean, you've just missed your second short opportunity, just as I was talking about it. It's the reoffer of 72 resistance with their ETH, right? Your overnight low. There might be another opportunity to reload, but now that's two opportunities. Now it's just waiting to see if we get a reoffer and then a push down into 63s, where it's looking like probably a point to come back up. Oh, you can't watch the stream? Oh shit. Well, I've been drawing it out for you, so my bad. You should have told me that sooner. I would have been a bit more descriptive. You know, like let me lower the time frame on those so it makes a bit more sense. Does buying at 85s, is that an actual trade? Does that make sense here? When you look at it on the smaller
At
time frame?
11:45 a.m. Eastern Time, we expect comments from ECB's Schnabel, who speaks at International Research Forum on monetary policy challenges during uncertain times in Washington, D.C.
What's the difference between these two areas I just circled at 85s? I just posted the chart. What's the difference with the action on these two areas, same place? What does the first one have? Yeah, it has a higher low, right? And what else does it have? After the higher low, we have a pierce above, and then we have the ability to then bid 85, right? 85 stay bid. Yeah. Whereas what does 85 on the next test have? Nothing. Yeah. It stayed offer, right? 85s was just where sellers loaded. It never sustained a bid at any point on buy side. Sellers absorbed at 85 and pushed price down. What do we need to see for aggression and for the ability to hold? Well, you want to see buyers willing to lift where our sellers were. So when we see a higher low, our first test into that area, we've now determined that a seller is positioned here. We then see a lift over that seller, a willingness to now show buy side aggression at where our seller was offering, and a push of price. What we see here is a equal auction between a buyer and a seller in our next test, where we have a handshake agreement between two participants between 80, 75, and 85 with no higher lows, just price, right? Just rotating. No break of range, no structural shift, no aggression on either side. Just a rotation. There's a very different structure here in how the bids and offers were acting as lows. Yeah, I mean, all you're looking for now, Darian, is a that red box that I've drawn. We're looking for a seller to be participating there. We're looking for something like this, or the ability to push claim. Right now we have higher lows from this bottom. So watching as what we do into 72 should be pretty key. From 72, we look to see if we can break these higher lows, or if we can recover 72 and then make it supportive. There's clearly a seller at 72. Does that seller hold, or can a buyer step in? Just like with the action I drew before, we have someone attempting to buy here. We know a seller is positioned above. How do we react into that seller? Do we show a supportive bid above them, right? And then the willingness to defend that level? Or are they still willing to absorb here? And do we break our higher lows and look down? Right? I don't have the answer for you. But it is where we look, and we just watch to see how action participates around it. Russell holding our low. Watching our ETH low as our resistance here into 74.80, 75.5.
It's 11:45 a.m. Eastern Time. We expect comments from ECB's Schnabel, who speaks at the International Research Forum on Monetary Policy Challenges during uncertain times in Washington, D.C.
Also, I don't know if your first time trying to trade in a while without watching stream is the move. Seeing as you've now missed 2 opportunities. It's delayed? Why is it delayed? Is it delayed for everyone else? More than usual? Shit. I've got it on the lowest latency possible, but I don't really know what to do about that one. This is our test here. Can we hold 72s? Just do sellers push us below and then hold it on reoffer, Russell into our resistance? Need to see Russell be able to maintain yesterday's value low at 73.4, or he will reject here. We're doing this move with just the Russell, by the way. NQ is just sideways, so NQ has room up. If the Russell can make a push over ETH low, we can see a shift. So watch our 75s here on ES. Watch to see if NQ can catch some momentum. If it can, then we have the ability to accelerate with the Russell still holding. Waiting on NQ to get its shit together.
Shortly expecting comments from ECB Schnabel.
Watching NQ into our value low. Watching ES here into our ETH low. Can we hold it as supportive? Right, 75.50. If not, then we will retrace. Looking for higher lows across the board. Or it will be a bear flag. Yeah, I think it's fine as long as you're risking off into 75.50s until we see it supportive, right? Not a ton here. Top of the range. We look for 72s to now hold. Look for 39s to hold on NQ. Look for yesterday's value at 74 to hold on RTY, or we'll just trade back down. Sellers want us under 72, and then they want to offer it, right? They want us to defend that on a push below. If there's a 2-second delay on stream, then you should be looking at the higher structure that I'm talking about, these pivots, and watching reactions, rather than my live updates that I'm giving you on a 15-second chart as I'm walking through. Right? If there's a 2-second delay, you're going to have a hard time following. So having the same information on your charts, this is why I've shared my chart book with you, and you have the live commentary with no delay in Discord, so you can follow along directly.
ECB Schnabel says financial market repricing of rates over the last few months shows investors expect policymakers, at least for now, to continue to pay more attention to actual inflation outcomes. And Schnabel says it could be prudent to continue to consider the baseline forecast as just one input to policy decisions, or to consider other changes to the framework, including in communication, even as inflation continues to fall.
What do you see with that bottom you have labeled? Has that tail been developed? Or do we have room? Yeah. No, I wasn't saying that. I just wanted you to look at your profile shape. See, like, yes, it's a D, but like the bottom side tail, right, has a really thin taper compared to the top. Excuse me. Yeah, no tail. Should be pretty clear that 72 is sell side trying to hold.
At 12
You
p.m.
can see it on the
Eastern
price
time, we
action.
expect comments from Bank of England's Bailey.
We want
in
to see a push
conversation
above
with
that
Tim Adams,
with a hold of
Institute
zero tick.
International Finance Global
Or
Outlook
sell side
Forum,
will
on
push this down to
navigating geopolitical
63s.
and economic trends and risks in 2024.
We've got some slight bullish divergence with tick, right? You want to see a lift above and the ability to hold with NQ and RTY also catching a bid. If buy side can't do this move, then it's going to be very exhaustive. 17,000. Holy. Just watch your zero tick. Excuse me. Remember, we want 72s to be supportive. We want to push over our overnight low, and then a show from buy side if it's going to go up. If 72s go back to resistance, then we know that it's weak, right? It's very clear. This is our pivot. Very clear pivot. How we react around it is all that matters. The secondary test. Secondary test. Risking off into 75.50. So we see a supportive hold above. Really two-sided trading going on here. Yeah, RTY no strength, but it's just holding at yesterday's value still. Just waiting on NQ to get its shit together. Has a lot more strength than NQ. So if Russell fails, right, to breach over our overnight low, then but is still remaining here at our yesterday's value, right, then this is just a range. So it should be noted that, like, okay, then we're clearly just oscillating, right? We're oscillating between these two areas. And if that's true, then what's leading? Well, NQ also is oscillating, but in a much weaker position. So waiting for a break of the structure on either side might be the key to an actual volatile move outside of the range. Understanding, like, that if NQ and RTY are both just chopping, waiting for a directional break on those names is going to give you your best bet for a directional play on ES. Without those making either new lows, right, or new highs outside of the range, what is the variable that tells you that ES wants to break out or break down? And not just chop you up in a 3-point range. That's kind of what I'm getting at. Yeah, right. That's what exactly. But, like, you need those names to show that they are interested outside of this range, or you will continue to get the range. You can have an idea of, like, what you're looking for on a higher trend, which is bearish, right? But then it's still, like, waiting for the fire signal, letting you know when that is actually actionable, unless you're willing to hold through chop in drawdown. You get me? So we held our zero tick and we pushed up to our 500 and into our ETH low.
At 12 p.m.
75
Eastern time, we
50s.
expect comments from Bank of England's Bailey in a conversation with Tim Adams at the Institute of International Finance Global Outlook Forum on navigating geopolitical and economic trends and risks in 2024.
Seller's sitting at 76s and at 80s. Just waiting to see if the Russell can push over. NQ still sideways in this range, no new high. RTY just at our seller offer. Yes, at our seller offer as well, at our overnight low. It's the top of our range until we see acceptance above. Yeah, that's what I was trying to get at for the last 10 minutes. But we are looking for the Russell to be able to hold our overnight low. Again, like if the Russell can hold up here and show a shift, right? Look at our anchored VWAP above. We are at the top of our downtrend on our AVWAP. We can build here and show signs of life. We still have room on NQ. That's the whole point. That the Russell is showing clear higher lows and then ranging at a higher low point, but we want to look for that recovery. After the Russell's recovered, we can then look to see if NQ is going to follow suit. NQ is weaker.
So Bank of England's Bailey has started speaking.
Bank of England's Governor Bailey says the UK economy is on track with the February forecasts.
I have such a dry cough.
Bank of England's Governor Bailey says I expect a strong drop in inflation next month. Noting US and Brent crude futures extending losses, falling by $2 a barrel now.
Just a range. $63 is your monthly end of one time framing down or up. Sorry, threes is incredibly important. So your monthly one time frame up pivot. Break of 63s and close below is the end of monthly time framing up.
Bank of England's Governor Bailey says oil prices haven't leaped as much as expected. And Bailey does add that risks remain from the Middle East conflict.
Rory, when you have a second, check Pixel Overlord. See if you have a shitload of mail from pre-registration rewards. Once? Even once?
Bank of England's Governor Bailey adds that the effect of the Middle East conflict is less than feared.
Pushing into our target now, 63s.
So in afternoon trading here, noting the S&P 500 extending declines down to around 0.6% now. The dollar's up 0.1% according to the Dixie.
Good one. Next target 56s. That is a 5% correction from the highs. We have not a ton below us if 52s don't hold. 56s is basically just the middle here. Wait, this is the wrong chart. Same. Okay. We're just looking to see if buy side is willing to show interest here. If they don't, then we have a gap below, down to like, I don't know, 30, 40. Later, Bree. Just watching 63s, seeing if we offer again. Russell into our value low here. Looking for acceptance outside of value for continuation. Acceptance back in means a small relief bounce.
So according to a statement out of South Korea, finance ministers of the US, South Korea and Japan acknowledged serious concerns about the recent sharp declines in the won and the yen.
Nice. They give me 50 premiums on it. I don't know why. Crazy. Well, they changed a bunch of stuff. When you summon, it looks completely different. We're looking to see if 63s can hold bid now. Pushed up the 68s. Russell reclaimed value low. There's your 68s. Above that is 72. 72 to 73, 74 basically is just like where we expect. Here. An offer is going to hold. It's going to hold either the 68 edge or into the 72 area. For the lower high. Keeping on the Russell. I have a small long, but not much. It's just like negative 1,000 tick into our Russell extreme and everything else. I wasn't expecting this strong of a reaction, but it made sense for relief. That's what I was talking about on the recovery of RTY value. God, I'm like actually losing my voice. Is this? Yeah, it was the negative 1,000 into our Russell pivot. Yeah, this is a triple bottom on the Russell. It's our bottom from yesterday that we had marked. This 6590 pivot. Buyer is still present here. 68's rejected. Pushing back down to our 63s. Ideally, bid steps in there. If it doesn't, move doesn't have a ton of meaning, right? We would love to see 63s become supportive on this look back in, and then a pushback over 68s. Relying really on the Russell and NQ to be able to flag it out, hold higher lows. If 63s do not hold on ES, just watch 6840 on RTY as our value low test. Watching for a higher low on tick as well into negative 500. Again, like if we don't see the signs that price wants to continue higher, then don't expect it. So we're looking for higher lows across the board. We're looking for a higher low on tick as well from the bullish divergence at the lows. Those are all signs of life market. If we don't see that, then there's no willingness for upside. So don't expect it, right?
Bank of England Governor Bailey says services inflation is coming down gradually. Bank of England's Governor Bailey says it looks like we're getting loosening in the labour market. And Bank of England's Bailey says the UK is disinflating at full employment.
The rejection of RTY yesterday, value low. EDC acceptance back in, or we're still stuck here. Acceptance outside of yesterday's value is a great sign that we do not want to go up. You can imagine that. Continuing to range here.
US stocks extending fall. The Nasdaq's down by 1% now. S&P's down around 0.7%.
On NQ, I don't think I have levels on this chart. Just going off of ES, so give me a sec. We'll make some levels.
So WTI declines 3% to trade below $83 a barrel now in New York. So dollar yen seeing some weakness here, so it's down 0.23% now. Sharp move to the downside there. Some yen strength emerging just a few minutes ago. So again, we did see the release of a South Korean statement where that did cite finance minister of the US, South Korea, and Japan as they acknowledged serious concerns about recent sharp declines in the won and the yen. As again, yen did see some strength just a few minutes ago. Eyes are peeled on potential Bank of Japan forex intervention. However, they are not often transparent with this.
No, I'm not in a trade. I'm just going to point out one of the newsletter charts again so that you can see the 63 levels importance. Right, this is the pivot before NVIDIA ER. Mario inlaid the previous price action that developed out that node for you, but we are at that 63, right? So until we can get back over our 75.50, 80 area, right, we're kind of just in the middle of nowhere. Either 63s kind of develop out here on the higher time frame and price is able to hold between this 52 63, or we can keep going down to fill that NVIDIA push, right? So like it's an important area, but it's a huge decision point on a higher time frame. We've slowed down a ton, and so I don't have a clear direction for continuation or not. I think it's you're able to scalp this area if you want between 56 and 63s as of right now, with the Russell holding this low. But the overall trend is down, right? We're at a higher time frame pivot. We're below it. This is the end of our monthly one time framing up at 63s. And now we're just kind of rotating ticks. We've got some slight bullish divergence on tick. We've got some room on NQ if 71s hold as resistance. 72s really hold as resistance down to 606. But yeah, I don't know. Just gonna have to wait for a bit more acceleration and then play with the participant on either side. Pretty clear range on the Russell right now. We ideally really want to see 52 to 56 hold. If it doesn't, there's not a ton, right? We have a huge gap below us from the NVIDIA. So we could rotate, for the rest of the day in this area, and higher time frame participants could just be building out positions and seeing this as value. We could see that happen, but also make a new low, and then the next day gap up and act like nothing happened. I just don't have enough information at this point with how we've slowed down to determine direction yet. Right, the overall trend is clearly down. We've broken both weekly and monthly one time framing up, and we are at a huge pivot in the market. We played off 68.25. We played up of the higher lows above. Now it's just kind of waiting for direction. Been multiple solid structural trades today. Now just be patient or play the range. But like, I don't have a ton of commentary for this area until we see a bit more speed.
S&P 500 extending declines now. It's down 0.8%.
Fighting trend is not the way. Then don't fight it. I mean, I'm not trying to make you feel bad here, but like this last move, I'm not playing, but like the 94-96 rejection, push into 80-85s, that holding, push down into 72s, rejection, pushing into 63s. Like these were all great structural plays. Like we're just channeling down, right? We're now just at a point where we need to see if buy side is willing to lift up off of this or not. It's very slow. So can we find supportive bids to push us back over 63s or not? I don't know. But at this point, I am not really willing to put on risk at the lows, at potential lows. If 63s reject, right, then it's like a breach of this balance, and we have a gap to fill, which is what I have highlighted here. We have this structure to fill. But like at this point, like we've played the structural trades that have had value. Now it's just waiting to see if we're going to get continuation or not. That continuation below that 52.75, right? Like we have some room down, but again, like I just don't have a good read down here, especially with if we're gonna like just channel. Like it's very clear the channel.
In 10 minutes time now, at the bottom of the hour, the US is due to sell $13 billion in a
So,
20-year bond sale.
like
The prior bid to cover was 2.79. The prior high yield was 4.542%. A note from a JP Morgan strategist in a late yesterday note. They say that despite elevated yield levels, tepid demand for duration, and still rich curve valuations, meaning additional concession may be needed for the auction to be digested smoothly. Also making note of the latest CFTC positioning data. This shows speculators were net short 75 spot 2000 bond futures contracts, a possible source of covering demand.
you see why I just am looking at that 63? Like that would be the break of our downtrend, and then the seller being no longer interested, and then we can look to play back up to our previous range. But like if we want to continue just channeling down, like it's very systematic. And these are our higher time frame levels on a 1 minute chart. So like they do have value with our price action. No, I get you. When in doubt, Romeo, just follow our AVWAP, right? That's why the period AVWAP has been put in place, so you can see sell side positioning. like clear downtrend, right? So what do we need to see for a shift? Well, we need to see price build above it and then a curl up with positioning. If all positioning is just weighted to the downside, volume weighted, right? What our anchored VWAP is doing, like we have a clear shift. We need to see a clear shift in trend for you to look for more, or we should just be trading into that area. Same thing with like previous value. Just like you need to set up rules for yourself like that to limit poor decisions. Stuff like that can help with the FOMO, being like having like a breaker or like a checks and balance in place of like, does this make sense to hold this? And if it doesn't, like, okay, I should be at least risking off 90% of my position, and I can always get back in if we do see this shift. But until then, like, there's the risk to reward just isn't there for upside being at this edge until we see a shift in trend.
It's been 5 minutes time now at the top of the hour. The
But
US
I
is
get
due
where
to
you're
sell
coming from.
$13 billion in a 20-year bond sale. The prior bid to cover was 2.79 with a prior high yield of 4.542%.
Like, every single one of these tick lows, all we've done from these extremes is trade back up into that AVWAP, right? Or into our, like, our pivot. ETH low, value low. So it's just relief to fill the excess back to our node. Negative, like our extreme tick, push up, back to node. Relief, extreme push, fill, back to our previous sell or node. So until we see like that become acceptance again, like we just have to assume sell side's still present. It's annoying, but it can also be opportunistic if you just like have a couple rules in place. At 7:54. What time is that for me? What's that for Chicago time? At least. $9:54. So like 30 minutes into open. So like the gap fill maybe?
So shortly expecting the results of the US 20-year bond sale. On release, we'll be leading with the bid to cover ratio. Keep in mind the Treasury's pre-sale when issued yield does come out at the top of the hour.
At 80s. I mean, that 80.75 was a great trade. Just push up into 96s. But, like, then it's just range bound there, right?
Treasury when issued 20-year yield 4.843% before the $13 billion auction.
So for this area, just off of our structure, we have a look below, and now we have a bid attempting to hold a higher low on a recovery point, right? We're just waiting to see either acceptance below this level, where these buyers are trying and where the seller was, or we'll probably have to come back up to retest 63 before we get anything else. Just with like where we are. This is either going to break like our shorter term structure of our downtrend and retest this seller that's positioned here, or we're going to see a look below, a reoffer below that 73, the willingness to then hold this level, trap these buyers, and then we can target 40s. So just keep an eye on 63s.
2.82, 2.82,
and below
high yield
73s.
4.818%, 4.818%. So the US sells $13 billion in 20-year bonds and awards 79.31% of bids at high. Primary dealers take 9.09%, direct 16.21%, and indirect 74.71%. Seeing some slight downside in dollar. ECB Centino says several rate cuts are possible in the course of the year.
63s here. See what happens. We need to look above and hold, and then we can go up to 72s. Right, all we're doing right now is trying to find acceptance here. And then looking to hold this high of our fixed range for a push to reoffer this seller here. You see what I mean by that higher low, though? Being able to see this, and then realizing, like, this then becomes, like, an incredibly important pivot. And, like, we can then just look for 63s for the reoffer into our sell. Like, it all of a sudden it gives you, like, a short-term outlook of what we're expecting. You can trade around that, or you can just be patient. But, like, understanding this becoming a key level where this buyer can potentially be either... like the seller that was here and then a buyer who's now raising. You now play around this level and look at this as our initiation spot if sellers get aggressive. And it's the same thing for like a bid where it's like, okay, well, if value is like on the higher time frame, sorry, on the lower time frame has shifted, like, okay, where were they before? Well, we know the 63 is important, we know the 68 is important for the short-term auction. So now we just look to watch to see if they build at these areas where we've played around previously. And we reclaim these areas. This is your first signs of like a short-term downtrend break with the channeling that we've done. We've done a very like mechanical channel down for the entirety of the day so far. This is your first break of that. We just need to see willing participants with size and a bit of speed to do something with it. Or it's just a short-term counter trend trade back to a mean, you know? There isn't a ton here until we start to see a bit more size at these previous sell levels and a push back up. I'm going to be sizing pretty carefully around it. But like... You see how we're just like holding our deviation? Every attempt outside of this area has resulted in a relief bounce up on our deviation. That doesn't mean that anything has changed in the overall trend, right? Like the overall structure is still down, but we are looking for like relief back to our mean for continuation. Relief. every attempt from these relief bounces has been a rejection point and a follow through off this right here, which is that 63. So are we going to see a shift here or not, is kind of the question I'm asking myself. If we do, right, then we can look for our overnight low at that 75.50. And that is where our previous seller was as well, right? So like things are lining up, where if we can hold 63s, we like at 68.25, then we look at 75.50. For a full reversion trade, we're looking at this 84.85, which is just our previous balance low. Does that make sense or no? So like for a full reversion, if 63s hold, back to our AVWAP from the highs would just be a retest of our break of our balance. You see how that works? Remember this 80 to 85. Oops. Is just our balance low. So if our AVWAP from the highs is there as well, that's just like your reversion before continuation down. Of course, we'll watch this 72 area, and we're going to watch just to see if 63s can continue to build. But like that would be your reversion target for upside. And there really isn't a shift of trend on the medium time frame until we see that recovery of this 80.85 and bid it back. Right now, you're basically just looking to see if this 63 holds or if this is going to result in a low. If we can come back up to the 72, build here, or if this results in a new low, and then our final retest is here and results in a new. So 63 incredibly important just because we understand where we are. And we have our 3 pivots above we can play into.
Shortly expecting the results of the Fed reverse repo operation.
Retest of yesterday value low on RTY here. This is where we rejected last time. So 63 hold, push to 72. Next target.
Spot $508 billion at the Fed reverse repo operation.
This is now our second target for the counter trend off of the hold of the higher low and the break, right? Above 72s, it's the same thing as before. Where we look for sell side to be participating here. We want to see buyers now defending the 68. And we want to see ability to lift over 74s for a pushback to this for a full mean reversion. If that doesn't happen, right, seller's still positioning here. We look for a rotation back down and we retest our 63s. Yeah, I have some longs on from 56, 53. But I probably get stopped out here if we don't get a push over 72s. That's a 15-second chart. NQ can get back over value low, then we can have more upside. Just waiting right now, seeing if that can happen. Of course, Russell already back over value, right? Value moved down with price, and then we bid POC and are now pushing back to VWAP. Just waiting on NQ to see if I can get back over our value low and our anchored VWAP for the trend, right? Romeo, do you see what I mean? This is our first look for a potential shift in our trend here on ES with our anchored VWAP off of PVZ. So it's a big deal if we can hold here for a potential shift. Russell already did it, of course, where this was our resistance the entire way down, and then it became supportive for a push up. But there's still room on NQ if it's going to happen. This is kind of our decision point. NQ value low, as well as our anchored VWAP. Yeah, exactly. Again, this isn't something that I recommend doing, but is definitely viable for if you're looking at longs. Remember what we have: reversion and stack signals built in here, right? And they both have invalidation levels of when you should stop kind of looking for that trade. So the stack signal printed that the invalidation was at the low of this candle, so you can put your entry here and your low here, right? And then looking for reversions up. So you have a clear risk here of where we're looking. For the reversion signals, it's very similar, where the candle will print. The invalidation is below, right? So as long as we're holding this area, or the secondary one as well, where our candle printed here and our invalidation was below. And we're looking for, these signals are reversions back up to here. Do you get what I mean? So like, but I'm not saying that these are like, you need to play these, but like, because this one invalidated, right? And then we popped back up and then went. But like, if we're holding these levels, you can create a zone here for yourself in your mind, being like, okay, well, as long as we're holding this, I can still look for longs. But if we are no longer holding this, we don't even have the price action to support a mean reversion. It's something like that, right? Where you can use them as a gauge to filter trades you're taking. And it's like, okay, well, if we're holding our reversions and we haven't invalidated and we're making our higher lows, what am I looking for target-wise? Well, we're looking for 75s, right? On RTY here. That's your reversion back to value. Above that, on the hold of this 75, right, when it became supportive from our first target and then a hold of PVZ, you're now looking for 84s. But like, have filters, right? Like, have things in your mind that are going to be triggers for trades or triggers for invalidation. This is Russell, NQ attempting to breach below or above value here. Important test. This is also ES into our overnight low, our 75.50 target. So that's your full target here. If we're going to get the, quote unquote full reversion trade, we're looking for 80 to 85, just like I was talking about with put it on again. Right? So again, every time we have excess outside of this deviation, we get a pop up and we are trading to like this yellow. It's been our rejection point every time. As soon as that doesn't happen, we then are trading into this second one, right? 74.50. This is the top of this range. We're looking for buyers to be able to show support a bid at the fixed range high here. If we can do this and build, right, we can look for a full mean reversion of our AV up back to our 85. And this is just a pivot retest of our range. So again, like the way that I use fixed ranges, and I think a lot of you in this room now do as well, is we're looking for the ability to pierce back into these ranges. This becomes your first target, and then we're looking for buys to be bought in the low. We're looking for continuation to happen on the ability to hold the top of the fixed range for a push. So same thing here, right? We're looking for our first sell into this area. We're then looking for buyers to be able to build here. We're looking for price to push up for our secondary target. We're now looking for any dips to be bought into this POC, and then we're looking for the ability to find acceptance at the high of the range and build there. And that's how you get continuation. This shows us that sellers are no longer interested here and that this is flipped to a buy side when we see these happen. If we break everything down into smaller little auctions, it can give you a more resolution on where invalidations occur and where you should be looking for buyers to be found, right? Instead of just like one higher time frame level. We can break down each individual little period of consolidation into a mini auction where we have a low and a high and a mid. Looking for the Russell to find a bottom here. It's our retest of our shift of our anchored VWAP and into our PVC. So you want to see buy side defend this with NQ also being able to hold value and build here if we're going to get more. Loss of momentum on RTY and NQ is going to result in no continuation. It's your first target if you're playing off of the value. You see how we got another reversion signal here in validation level, and our value level is holding. Same with on RTY. So just playing back up to the top of the range now. And now just looking to see if we can get some continuation or not. Yeah, it's great for people who know what they're doing. It's terrible for people who are still struggling, because then you're blowing up multiple accounts. But as soon as you've got like your evals down, you're passing, like it's the perfect thing for you. Once you develop a bit of consistency, you've got your journaling down, you're actually like doing some follow through. Exactly. Yeah, and that's only because if not, then you're just gonna get stressed because now you're blowing up multiple accounts at once, you know? But like it's great for those that you know, have been showing have a system in place and have some grades. And like I again, this is a 15-second chart, but just of what I was just talking about, just understanding that this is a reclaim of our value low and we're trading into that 33. Like this isn't beautiful, but it is doing what I wanted, which is holding, retesting, pushing into here, right? Russell coming into our PVZ target, NQ holding our value. So it's like as long as those things are happening, we can stay in our trade, right? And so you can, that's a scalpable range all of a sudden with a very clear invalidation with our reversal level being built at 708. And like, it's not the most beautiful trade in the world, but it is a really easy discretionary trade to play around, which is what I did here, right? As long as we're holding and we're building and we still have momentum, we know we're going to get that move. So I'm just playing around that value level. Like, it doesn't need to be more complicated than that. As long as you're willing to take off into this high, it's a great trade. If you're unwilling, right, to take a few points, then it becomes a problem. Oh my god. Yeah, great job. But like, this trade here was 50 seconds long and net like 245 per contract. Just trading that range. Do we see the value? Just bid, hold, push, into target, exit, trade complete, 50 seconds. Like, people want to capture the entire move, and it feels great when you do, but like, simple stuff like this of like a reclaim can net you the money that's going to grow your account, just as like an easy discretionary trade. Little scalps. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's always fine to leave a runner if you want, but like the trend hasn't broken. We're just at like a pretty key pivot here across the board. It's just that, like, can we find acceptance, which is the most important thing right now. Can we find acceptance here on the
US
Russell?
Republican president candidate Donald Trump has indicated to economic advisors he is interested in a new middle-class tax cut, according to sources.
Can we hold here on our rebid reversal, build, push? That's basically it. If we reject here at our value off of a failure in, right, that'll probably lead to more down. It's just a waiting game. So here's our rebid reversal, as well as Russell coming back down into POC. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. If you think you, how do I say this? If you think the odds are that we'll probably come back down more than, you know, stay where we are, then you might as well just exit for profit and then just re-enter. Like, why not? Why give it back? We're not seeing the strength we need. Odds are probably that we come back. Take it off.
So according to Barak Ravid on Twitter, 5 US and Israeli sources said Israel has considered striking Iran on Monday but decided to wait.
Here, I saw this quote yesterday on Twitter and I liked it. Saved it. But it might be a good mentality shift for you guys. Just remember your odds, right? Whenever you're thinking about averaging down on a loser instead of just cutting and then looking for a better trade, right? Just remember your odds. Is it worth blowing up or potentially breaking even? I add the winners all the time. I mean, the screenshots that I posted twice now today, that's me adding at a higher low. Like, as long as we're not invalidating, I'll keep up with it. But like, we cut early, we go for the break even or the small loss because we know we'll get a better trade. If what we thought wasn't going to happen isn't happening, get the hell out. No hopium. Holding our rebid reversals on ES and NQ, with the Russell holding our POC and our AVWAP support. No change. Still our same resistance at 33 to 49 on NQ. Still our resistance at the 75.50 on ES, our overnight low. So same rotations. But what we have here on ES is just another retest of our EVWAP as a potential support, right? With our rebid reversal line here below. Just chopping between this range right now. We know that our extreme for our mean reversion is into this 85. That's where our VWAP is resting. That is also our major pivot for our balance. If we can get back into that, then great. We can then rotate the range again. But you should be viewing this area above as where sellers are going to hardcore try to defend. It just also happens to be our ADR low, right? Where we shifted from just a normal rotation to, oh, hey, this is an extreme move down. This is not normal in our current market rotations. This is excess. So if we hold this, like, seller's still very much so in control. What was the one that you liked, Rory?
At 2 p.m. Eastern Time, we get the Fed's Beige Book. We also expect comments from ECB's Lagarde, who speaks to the Peterson Institute for International Economics and the Council on Foreign Relations about the state of the European economy, US-EU economic cooperation, and the implications of international geopolitical conflicts on the global economy. We also expect comments from Bank of England's Haskell, who speaks as a panelist at Daniel Susskind's book launch on Growth, A Reckoning, hosted by King's College London.
And baddies. I don't know if I understand. Why do I have to meet with her friends? No? Oh, okay. They both serve a purpose, though, you know? Pushing into our target now. Again, this is the bottom of our range, 80.75 to 85s. Yo, appreciate it, Licious. I'll be live on Friday.
At 2 p.m. Eastern Time, get the Fed's
9:30
beige book.
to
We also
close.
expect comments from ECB's President Lagarde, who speaks to the
That's the next
Peterson
stream.
Institute
Hope to
for
see you there, man.
International Economics and the Council on Foreign Relations about the state of the European economy, US-EU economic cooperation, and the implications of international geopolitical conflicts on the global economy. We also expect comments from Bank of England's Haskell, who speaks as a panelist at Daniel Susskind book launch on Growth, A Reckoning, hosted by King's College London.
Dan said woke alert. All right, so this is what we've done, right? We found that higher low. We then held our 63s, right? We then pushed up. We then continued to bid where our previous seller was. We held this range. From that hold, we then found a supportive bid for a push back up to our break of structure, right? The lower balance. This is a huge test for the market, in my opinion. This 80.75 to 85. Recovery of this, we look 94s again. Big test. If this fails, right, nothing has changed. This is a clear indication that sell side's still in control on the higher time frame, and we're gonna come back down. So big test here. Can we get back into our previous range and build for a push back up to 94.96? Or is this our intermediate high, and do we need to come back down first? I don't have the answers for you. All I had was the target. Now we look. Remember, this is your full mean reversion back to VWAPs. So we've done the reversion.
Shortly expecting the results of the Fed's beige book.
Old beige book. If you guys like that quote and you want to look up more, it's not trading specific, but that mindset is called radical accountability. I preach about it all the time. Some big stuff. Huge shift in mindset. But I think it's useful in like literally all fields.
So the Fed's beige book says price increases were modest on average, running at about the same pace as in the last report. Overall, economic activity expanded slightly on balance since late February.
X page? That's a quote from.
The economic outlook among
That's not from, like, an
contacts
X
was
page.
cautiously optimistic.
Like a pretty famous quote.
We have posted the link to the full Fed's beige book on the feed for all those interested. And it says employment rose at a slight pace overall.
New PVZ zones opened.
And on balance, contacts expected that inflation would hold steady at a slow pace moving forward.
I don't even know how I did that. Wait, what? Yeah, turn off my macros on my mouse, man.
Manufacturers in a few districts perceived upside risks to near-term inflation.
I'm hoping V-Rising can fix this MMO itch I have. I am down bad. Horrendous. You'll be fine. There are going to be a lot of people who are coming back after not playing for like a year and a half. So everyone's going to be... The tryhards who have been playing the game, even with non-stop, are going to completely steamroll. But, you know, it is what it is. Everyone else is going to have training wheels on. Oh, yeah? What is it? They're always smooth. That could be good. Got the meme potential. Yeah. I've seen a lot of people talking about the Arizona iced tea. Yep, 99 cents. That's a Wilson ticker. Wilson's been screaming about Arizona for weeks.
The US economy expanded slightly since February, according to the Fed's beige book.
Probably not. Should probably get invited to the one that Obi and Surf are in for crypto, if anything. And then maybe join Wilson's room. I don't think a lot is posted in there. Great, but every once in a while I'll check in. And I know he's been chilling 90 cents.
ECB's Lagarde says euro area inflation is a different animal than in the US.
Most of the degen discords have died. And most crypto traders don't use Discord, they use Telegram because they're actual degens.
Lagarde says growth in Europe is mediocre and much slower than in the US.
Saw this shit post the other day. That was really good.
And 10 of 12 Fed districts reported slight or modest growth. Treasury 5-year yield falls 10 basis points on the day to 4.6%.
He's probably just mad that he missed Costco hot dog, right, Adrian? I don't know. Only thing I can think of. Yeah.
ECB's Lagarde says we're clearly seeing timid signs of recovery.
This is why I preach just taking off your initial investment and then just leaving it as a runner. So when like you get these huge market pullbacks like this, you don't feel terrible. Like you've taken your profit out, you're at least break even on it, and now you just let it be. If I hadn't been doing that as we were pushing up the last I don't know, 5 weeks, I would be in a world of hurt. They need to fix this bug where I can't screenshot. You don't take profit on your shitcoins, you end up like this man in my DMs asking me if I'm eating the dip. Man will never take profit. What? Don't know. Don't ask me, man. Oh. He has 95% of his life savings in crypto, and it's locked in. It is fully locked up in crypto. He has played his account from 5,000 to 500,000, back to 50K, now to 90K. Without taking profit. Yeah. No real change here, guys. Just holding between our 8075, our VWAP pivot, right, and our ETH low. For a breakdown, we want to see a push back below our ETH low, right? The inability to bid off of our POC, and then kind of a shift back down through the range. Or we're going to just continue to balance here in between this, and we look for acceptance over VWAP. So if you're shorting off of our major pivot at 8075 or VWAP, right, like your first risk off is into ETH low, second being into 71, 72. Other than that, it's just kind of a waiting game, looking to see if the Russell can hold, right, this area and bid, if NQ can find a dip buy here into this area, and then we look for a new high or a push to VWAP. If that doesn't happen, right, nothing's changed, right? The overall plan was this mean reversion back to our pivot. We are at our pivot. We are rejecting. We need acceptance above for any more upside. So again, this is your first risk off. This is our fixed range edge. We're looking for buyers to find value in this dip. If they don't, then we will traverse back through that range. Yeah, sorry, I had to switch. I need to make a command for updated charts so that I can stay consistent about. I just had to change the layout to a new one because I gave it away when we were open for a week. So everyone who still had it from that week we were open, they would have just had free charts forever, which is not cool. That's what I'm saying, sir. Not gonna make it. Got our dip on NQ right at our PVZ value low. We need to get back over our POC here at 39s, or this 33.39 will continue to act as your offer point. So if you're short-term scalping off this dip, this is of course your first exit. You need to see acceptance back over POC and the ability to build on this tail, or nothing has changed. Still trapped in the range, right? Same thing with ES, overnight low to our 80.75. Trapped in a very small range. Just waiting for RTY and NQ to lead direction for ES. So here's your second target on yes into our POC 7150 and into our rebid reversal line on. So if NQ is going to hold, we'd like to see it be defined buy side here, right? This dip, get back over this 12s, or looks like we'll have a stronger pullback. This is also our Russell POC, right, from before the shift. So just kind of keeping an eye on these areas, seeing if dips get bought here or if it is a further push down. So were people willing to short this pivot? Or are you guys waiting for positions? I think both are fine. I was just wondering because if you saw the importance of the mean reversion target, or if you're looking for like these pullback buys or invalidation, wondering. Okay, good, good, good. And now we just look for reoffers, right? Either buyers are still in control off of these pivots, or this will become an incredibly important reoffer level, right? We have NQ POC above, we have Russell POC above, and our ETH low. Can we get back in, right? Or will this act as our resistance or reoffer down? Can we see acceptance below POC, our 72s, to play the same trade before, back to 63s? Can we get back over our 85s for a push to 94s? Is DJT really pumping off of that news? That's funny. People are down so bad on that thing, man. Feel bad, honestly. there were so many like avid Trump supporters that were saying they were putting like they were liquidating all of their other assets to put it into DJT at the top. This is just kind of rough. Yikes. Imagine selling like your Apple position to buy DJT.
ECB Centino says,
Or Nvidia,
if we
true.
have to cut rates before the Fed, so be it. And after June, we'll look at data, especially growth and employment. Many shocks we're facing are deflationary, such as China's participation in global trade. Centino says, even after 25 or 50 basis points of cuts, we still have a tight monetary policy stance.
I'm just gonna draw this as a blue zone just so you can see how we're just like trading between these two zones on ES and NQ. You need to see the offer below, or this is just ranging. Ranging. Yeah, his social media company. That was a DWAC before the IPO, Kevin. Or, yeah, not IPO, SPAC. SPAC boys. Those were the days.
ECB's Nagel says the possibility of ECB June rate cut is increasing.
With our boy Skamath.
ECB's Nagel says I still see some caveats to June rate cut.
He might like actually be the greatest grifter. Like he got out of backs at the top and then immediately shifted his entire focus to crypto. He's got a really great idea for the grifter high-low. So if you're not in off of this 80 pivot, I think what we're looking for continuation down is a push below the 68 and reoffer. Or we just expect dips to get bought here and then rebid up, right? This is your range. We want to see the ability for these buyers to no longer be present here at this low, and for these sellers to be back in action again. So we're looking for our offer to basically sit here and push us down again, right? It's the same trade we took earlier. We just understand that we're trapped in between this range right now. Another way you can look at
According
it,
to Politico, Blinken is to head to China on April 23rd.
is we expect buy side to find value into this dip. What we want to see is exactly what I just talked about, which is a push down into this, reoffer, and then something like this, right? That leads to continue down. Right now, you have an active buyer who's willing to defend this AVWAP, and we have a clear range in this lower area, right? Remember, for acceptance, we need to see NQ over our POC, or again, expect this to just continue to trade within this range. We need to see the Russell also be able to build here. Recover VWAP, as for our value high, right? Nothing has changed, just back to the top of our range. I just am pointing out what we want to see if we're actually going to get continuation.
NYMEX diesel May futures settle at $2.57 a gallon. NYMEX gasoline May futures settle at $2.72 a gallon. NYMEX natural gas May futures settle at $1.71. And NYMEX WTI crude May futures settle at $82.69 a barrel. That's down $2.67 or 3.13%.
Rory, how did you get that Grindle? What were you rolling? Was that in the 20 a day thing? Rolling for Mundibus? Hopefully he's here. Anyone? Nah, it's a gotcha game that we're both playing. What yeah. What got you that Grindle? Was that the rolling for Mundibus? Oh, okay, well. Ah, you bought something. Your RNG is gone forever. Yikes. They got you. True. But at what cost? Yeah, it's kind of crazy because I felt like this one actually like has some really good offers. I didn't feel that way about Tower of God at all. That one felt like a scam. Same as before. If you're playing off of that 80, this is your first risk off into 71.50, bottom of our range. We're looking to see if a seller is going to step in with Russell and NQ at these lower lows, right? Or if we just bounce again. There isn't really a great continuation idea until we breach below that 68.75. We're just looking for buy side to be participating here. That's really it. Your most bearish look is going to be rejections of our ETH low on RTY and our POC, and on NQ, POC, and our value low from P. That's it, right? Like, we want to see ETH lows being rejected. Same thing on ES if we're going to get more downside. Or expect like slow chop here until we see someone act willing to participate in speed and put on like some, you know, an increase in pace of tape out of this range, some willingness, if you will, to transact at a lower high. So if an offer, if an offer is going to step in again, like we're looking at NQ and ES and RTY here, R12, really 13 on Q, our overnight low, RTY, and then we want to see a new low form off of that. If not, then we continue to just chop in the range.
And Lagarde says we're looking at the exchange rate very carefully.
And just like if you're playing off of the low, right? Like this is your risk off into VWAP and into R80 on ES. Same thing. Nothing's changed. You're either willing to play the range or you're waiting for the break.
ECB's Lagarde says it's obvious that forex moves may have an impact on inflation.
They're 85s. That is where our seller is most likely going to be, if not back at value low, or sorry, yeah, value low from the previous periods, and our value high on ES. So what we're looking for now, right? Acceptance, ability to push, first target 89s, next target 94s. Like you're still ignoring me. And send news like I haven't been saying the same thing for 40 minutes. This is just NQV WAP. And our ETH low. It's just your final reversion. ES and RTY back to value high, which is just our value low from earlier in the day. So just still in our balance rotations, but we held our POC, found them supportive, held our rotational lows, and then pushed. Here's your target, 94s.
So just seeing the S&P 500, it's pairing up those losses, now flat on the session.
Amazing. Above 96, we look 103. Back into balance.
And Brent crude futures settle at $87.29 a barrel. That's down $2.73 or 3.03%.
We're relying on NQ for any continuation here for a push up into our value high. So we're looking for NQ to be able to build right at our VWAP and our ETH low, ideally. Kind of flag it out here. Remember, Russell is at our value high. ES is at our value high. We are at the top of our current balance. If NQ can get this sustained move over VWAP and our ETH low, then I think that there's probably potential for one more leg up. Makes sense. But understand this 94 to 96 was what we were looking for. Crazy. All right, this is where we keep an eye on NQ. Does it need the steeper pullback, or can we find a bid here? Same with the Russell and the VWAP. Keeping an eye on 85s on retest. Our ESV WAP, basically, at like 83, 85. About as deep as I'd like to see us go. We're looking for the Russell to be able to maintain this bid at 79. 79.40. Failure to do that, then we have potentially one more leg down into the ESV WAP at 83. Just keep that in mind. We need to see this bid maintain a higher low on RTY. Until we see NQ and RTY bottom out, right? We didn't get it at our VWAP, so now you have to wait and be patient. That was your most bullish response. It did not happen. Now watching our 33s again, where our rebid reversal line is, as well as RTY POC and ESV WAP. Looking for hopefully an actionable play here as we push into it. If a buyer steps in. Nothing yet. Again, need RTY and NQ to show a low. Kind of here or nowhere. ESPOC back down to bottom of our range. Full rotation from 71s back up to 96s, right? Full rotation.
So a comment from the Chinese embassy, who say that we hope that the US will work with China to stop actions that violate international economic and trade rules and disrupt the international economic and trade order.
There are two options for Russell here. Either we just come back down to value low and it bids, or we're going to reoffer ETH low here and see if sellers are willing to hold us. This is probably the more actionable trade. Look for a potential short here into 74.80, or look for potential longs into 510, I think. Probably all that's on the table off of the rejection of our highs. We're looking for a recovery of our ETH low and bid, or this is most definitely going to be our offer. Watching our NQ into our 12s here as well, POC, and our value low off of PVZ. I think this Russell move is probably what's going to do. Oh, man. Russell in the value low again is most likely going to determine direction. Just looking for that interaction. NQ attempting to double bottom here. I don't think it holds. Just watching. Validation on a hold over 13 for downside on NQ. Alright, we're just playing off that PVZ POC. We want to see acceptance over our POC, or we expect to move back down to value low. With the exception being Russell showing a significant bid into our 65, 10, 65, 9 area. Just value low. Russell leading this move down, so watching that to show some willing participants into the spot basing. We got the triple stack signal, but candle isn't closed yet. It feels a bit preemptive. Why? I'd like to see a value test, but if buyers want to do it, they want to do it. I'd like to see candle close and then an immediate bid off of the next candle. It's going to have follow through. Clearing validations on all stack signal. Watching RTY specifically. Alright, this is where you want to be moving your stops down in shorts from value high or any of our pivots as we approach this Russell low. This is where an attempted bid could potentially step in. ES and Q both have potentially one more leg down if RTY cannot breach this seller at 68.40. and show a supportive bid into our value lows. Just keep that in mind, but we are starting to look for a buyer down here at the 65s. Liquidity being offered at 64 on RTY. But I am pretty interested in the 65.90. It can hold. This has been an important level. We are here. Decision point. immediate bid steps us over 63s here, or we're pushing down to our 52.75 on ES. This is our LVN fill. This either shifts the auction into this lower distribution, right? Or we see a bid step in and push us over 63s and bid with the Russell at our 64.50. Should be a pretty interesting decision point, right? Either this holds, 63s become bid, push up with Russell, or we're going to our value lows and we look at trades there, risk off full, shorts, everything. Until we see that value broken. Hold. Russell needs to be able to breach over that 68.40 and make it supportive if we want any more. Got our bounce off our 64.50, which is what we were looking for the bounce, the lows, as well as the bid over 63s. But this is just a re-offer into our previous seller as of right now. Need to see a breach over ES and NQOC or that should be your risk off if you are playing this as your secondary target. We're just looking to see if Russell can maintain the higher lows from our PVC low. Another great example of just waiting for the Russell to find that bottom. Again, this is your secondary target here.
Japan finance
Need to be able to
minister
breach over
Suzuki says we will
POCs.
respond appropriately to excessive FX moves.
MOC 3 minutes, guys. Still just consolidating the 6450 on the Russell and holding POC as resistance on ES and NQ. Really need to see us over that 6840 on RTY. Really 69. Or uppies. Or value low test just kind of makes sense. ESNQ. We can't see the Russell make any sort of high or low. Our first MOC here. Mm-hmm. Yep. Hoping that Russell holds value low as value low and then the bid. If 63's on Pierce below, ever goes offer and then sticks, then we 650 on ES, back to value low. But as long as every dip is immediately seen in this LVN bought and then bids at 63's, then it's just the Russell not being able to get it. It's really holding us here with NQ still weak. Just seems like slow grind down to value low while Russell maintains and then bid, to me at least. And they love to seem to do that, which is just like hold one of them at our value and then like let the other one sell to maintain market. So we get sideways chop on ES with NQ basically, you know, channeling down, Russell maintaining. And then when they both come in, right, then we get our pop. Just allows for like little micro rotations without having to like actually affect the overall market. What does this look like on a monthly? Uh-huh. What brand? Oh, a good pop. Look at how small that stick is. Oh, that's value. Oh yeah, the Malona. So good.
A comment from Biden,
There's
who
like
speaks to
nothing better than
reporters
those
now,
Malona
says the
bars, dude.
proposed China steel tariffs won't hurt ties with China's President Xi.
The only thing that comes close are those Mexican fruit bars with like the creamy fruit ones. Oh my god, those are so good. Yeah, dude, those are so good. Those are at Costco as well. And when they're both in stock, Malona plus those, oh my god. My freezer is actually filled. That's a good one. If I can catch it before they're sold out, man. They have pints? Game changing. What is that? Bubblegum. Yo, you know that churro one slaps. Oh, I'll have to find that. I don't understand what that is. Oh, okay, so it's just like a different vehicle for the same thing. Just a bag, frozen bag. That's the move, man. I'll have to find those. Yeah, what the hell? Just the bars with no stick? The frozen pops? I don't think so. From the same brand? I've just had the fruit bars from them. I've had like a different variant of those. I hate those so much. They're so messy. No matter how you open it, they're messy. I have some of those in my freezer right now, and it's always a chore. RTY coming into our pivot again. Get me out of here, man. Those are a classic.
The Biden administration is to allow Chevron and other oil companies to continue working in Venezuela under special license.
Of course. Those are good. I actually like that brand a lot. They've got a banana one as well. The slushed, it's like the best texture. If you like artificial banana or like royal banana flavor, they actually are really good. I like it sometimes. I have to be in a particular mood. That mood is usually called being on an edible. And then I really like sour candy. Huge fan of Sour Patch Kids. Other than that though, I usually don't really like sweets. The Miracle Berry? Yeah, when I was a kid. The one that like turns spicy into sweet. Oh, sour as well. I didn't know that. Yeah, I mean, I get that sauce. I mean, it's literally just like a drenched orange in sugar water. But damn, do they hit different sometimes. Fruit rat. Sour grapes. Okay, I don't know if I'm willing to pay for this, but that's a good idea. I'll probably make them myself. Oh my god, dude, that has to slap. There's no way that churro cookie sandwich is bad. Churro Oreos, are they good? Are they like too cinnamony? See if we can hold that 6840 now on RTY. This is POC now. We're looking for it to build if we're going to get any excess. This is target, of course, on ESNQ. Top of our range here, POC.
Axios reports that the House bill could give ByteDance more time to sell TikTok.
That is so loud. No, thank you, Tom. No, thank you. It said get a feel for how they are. This is POC and our PVZ pivot, as well as our AVWAP on NQ. Huge pivot here at 12, really 13. Same thing with our overnight low at 75.50 on ES that we've been playing off of all day. Oh, excuse me. Only shift that we have here is Russell was able to break our 68.40 and build on our rebid. POC has shifted to that level. Don't know how much more excess we have, but if we can hold here, I think we can probably go for a bit of a run. Just need to see NQ be able to hold over 13s with 68.40 on RTY being respected. excuse me. And then you could probably just make a run for VWAPs if it's going to do it. Again, this is a really great first PT, though, if you are long. Now we just need to see if we can get any more. 10 minutes left. Great job, Sauce.
Market on close imbalance, 860 million to the sell side.
Not a huge fan of this close. I'm glad that every dip has been bought under 63s like we were talking about. But pretty lackluster overall. Lackluster. No follow through from RTY at our POC. Just a full retrace back down to value low from the failure at POC hold. Same with NQ. POC is still holding as a resistance at 13s. No change. We're looking for a higher low on NQ ideally, while Russell maintains our lows. It's the only way that I see upside happening. Other than that, looks pretty range bound. So you want to see a pretty extraordinary lift on NQ at a higher low point here. Ideally, like the stacked level would be great, as well as Russell being able to maintain value. Or again, just I don't see like the bullish perspective if we don't bounce here. I mean, I think that makes sense, Sauce. Is it the best play possible? Probably not. But does it make sense that there's a strategy around it? Yeah. I like the idea of the halfway. The way I usually view it is it's like, okay, we have initial reaction, and then we look for the follow through. If there's no follow through on the move, I fully expect the move to be retraced. Same thing, right, with any sort of like volatility. So it makes sense that you're following the FOMC logic. And when you think about it, it makes sense because you have final orders being put on the books and then books being rebalanced. And then after that new liquidity has come in, right? You either have people who agree with that liquidity or you don't. And then you have a reversal of the move. Goes back to normal. Stabilization, I guess, is the best way to put it. It's not like the last 10-minute trade is a new idea. I just don't think most people should be trading it because there's been so many consistently better plays that are given throughout the day with our higher time frame structure. So for those that are like still bad with risk management, like definitely avoid it. But if you've been forward and back testing it, then I mean, more power to you. I'm never gonna disagree with something that's making you money. maybe the logic behind it, but not like, I'm not going to tell you no if you can consistently show me that it works.
In 5 minutes time now, at the top of the hour, see the release of the US overall net capital flows with a prior of minus 8.8 billion. Tick long-term transactions, a prior of 36.1 billion.
Yeah, I mean, it's like the similar logic with what I have found in the chart right now, which is very clearly defined range between 72 and 63. And then we just look for excess on either side. You either get an immediate reaction away from that area, or we'll see a clear bid or offer hold below. And until we see either one of those things, we just respect the range. There's no change. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense for sure. Back down to our 63s here. Russell new low, so keep that in mind. We have a divergence from the last time we attempted these lows on the range. Only way that this holds is ideally if Russell is able to bid back over value. Would I want to attempt this range again? Or I think you just let it be, because we'll probably come down to value low. I still think that like 90% of you,
leading with the US overall net capital
like the
flow.
first hour and a half of the day should give you, like, that's all you need. Like, you have a very mechanical setup in the morning. It's something that I've been preaching for a really long time now, with just playing off of like the break of our morning range, and then if there's a gap, playing with the gap. So we have like a clear structural trade that we can play off of, and then we have like clear levels based off of yesterday's value, and then you just play into those. Like, it's very concise and clear with what's going on compared to like midday, for example, where we have a lot more noise to trade around. And like, yes, there are
10
opportunities,
seconds.
but will those setups be as mechanically sound and repeatable, right? Where you can spend like an hour and a half a day in the market and pretty much see the same thing on a daily
$51.6 billion,
basis.
51.6 billion.
That's what's important. It's like finding a time period where you can find similar trades and not have to spend the entire day here, right? That's what I was talking to Kowalski about, and he's now put that into practice and has got funded again, right? He trades for the first hour and then leaves. Finding like a time period where you can find a very similar trade and repeatable trade, right, on a daily basis is really what you should be looking for. You don't need to be at every rotation. You just need to find a repeatable strategy that makes you money. Then go live your life. So if you find something in MOC, right? Okay, come in the last 10 minutes. Trade your strategy. Leave. What Ty's doing, right? Find a period of time. And like how you do that is journaling and then backtesting a strategy, seeing if there's a similarity anywhere. I still think that like most of you are getting screwed midday. And if it's not like noticeable yet, it's probably because you're not journaling. Yeah, have a good one, Sauce. See you tomorrow. Safe travels, man. Aho.
So on the cash equity close, S&P 500 closing down around 0.7%.
We're getting our close before below 63s. Yikes. Yikes, yikes. I'm gonna just extend the ranges that I think are still important for tomorrow. So now that we like look back on it, is this shift pretty noticeable after we talked through this from like the straight channeling down we saw in the morning, finding that higher low and then looking for that rebid at 63s, that continuation up? Now like looking in hindsight, does this like look back in and then ability to hold and then the bid here make more sense? Like if we were bearish, we would have saw this rejection that we had drawn.
Thank you.
Is that you, Tom? That was creepy.
So again on the cash equity close here, just noting WTI crude oil, it's down around 3.5%.
Okay, so something that I recommend, and I talked about this again earlier today, but before you leave, before you close your charts, before you log out, mark your value areas for today. Just on ES, RTY, and Q. Mark them. Or did we just close? Okay, right? This gives you levels for tomorrow morning. All right, easy. All right, cool. All right, I will see you all tomorrow. Bye.